Good morning. Welcome to riskneutral.com. This is Risk Neutral. This is my live virtual trading channel, trading stream, journal, whatever you want. Man, I can't even talk this morning. Phew. I better get back to bed immediately. Anyway, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading journal. The theory here is that everything I'm watching on my primary monitors, IRT and Bookmap, are captured in the video, and that this narration or my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. And it works out pretty well. I'm able to then maintain a real accurate journal or record, and I don't have to remove my focus from the trading or the screens or whatever I'm doing here, which is the purpose of the business, right? So having said that, excuse me, my voice is. Having said that, I am not licensed professional or trader or licensed to provide trading or financial advice. But as I said, this is my live virtual trading journal. So any trades that I take here on Bookmap are live, real market, AMP futures account, funded by me, fully funded by me, my money. On IRT, where I develop strategies and backtest them to define a vetted strategy with a proper edge and expectancy, etc. Those are done. Here's an example of the initial balance strategy, which I backtest and visualize on this chart. These are traded. These will take trades in today's live market, but they will be within the simulated environment of IRT, because obviously I don't want something that's in development to be, trading my real money. What I do, the way I do these to forward test in the live market is when a trade is signal, and when I have a system that's vetted well enough that I believe it has an edge and that it's essentially a vetted setup. When it takes a trade here in the simulated environment, I then replicate that in Bookmap, and it is just it has as many problems as you probably imagine, because there's a delay in what I'm doing and how I do it, and etc. So that's the theory. All right, let's look at the get on with the pre-market. Oh, by the way, there's a disclaimer in the description here to do with the you could lose more money than you've got and all the usual stuff to do with trading. So numbers. Okay. Well, first of all, the UAE pulled out of OPEC, which is pretty interesting. This morning, we am having all kinds of trouble with a random, seems to be a scam thing to do with Edge, and it fires it only happens with investing.com, but it'll fire a big McAfee thing that takes over the whole browser, and I just have to exit the site. I was looking into how to check for that and delete it or whatever, but anyway, here we are. We'll do that later. Investing.com was my first original news source because I like the presentation for screen snapping to Discord or wherever. On the right window now, sorry. And here we are today. First, you can filter this as you can financial juice to any of the any place you are in the world. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to follow the Nikkei, well, then you can filter it for that. They only track traditional economic numbers and calendar items, consumer confidence at 9 o'clock this morning. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Tomorrow's Fed day. That would be tracked here. We are in earnings season, which is a big deal going on. We're in full swing, and tomorrow is huge. Tomorrow is both Google's, Microsoft, Meta, and I think maybe Apple. We'll look at that in a minute. But anyway, so that's the point. And if you notice that the URL or the event title changes to a URL, so that if you don't know what consumer confidence is, you can click that button and follow that link, and it'll tell you all about it. And here's the report rating with regard to their anticipation of impact against the markets, against what we're trading. The other, let's look at earnings now, because that's, so we've got Visa, we got some financials, Visa, Coke, Airbus Group, blah, blah, blah. Let's look at tomorrow, though. This is going to be huge. Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. These are all after the close. And you see the length of reporting. So we are truly, this is just tomorrow. This is just one day. See the length of the depth of which we are in the earnings cycle. I'm not going to go all the way to the bottom. You get the point, right? So back to the economic calendar. The other site that I use is Financial Juice. It is similar. First of all, you can filter it for wherever you are. And there's a docket over here on this side, which is similar to investing.com. However, one thing that the Financial Juice does that I really appreciate, they will pull some random thing, not a typical economic number like press conference or Trump's going to have a signing of something or whatever, Vicente is going to speak. And those are really important to me in this environment, and I hope you recognize it, that we live under a constant threat of headline risk or geopolitical risk now that's not normal, or it's not a normal environment. And as traders today, our number one job is to maintain and preserve our account. The first thing you need to do to accomplish preservation of your account is manage your risk. Whether it be from some random news event or a scheduled news event, or from how you size your trades and stops, etc. But our main focus is risk management, essentially. Well, if you don't know a risk is coming, there's no possible way you can manage it. So I'm really appreciative of Financial Juice for pulling these non-typical economic events into that may have may have an impact on our market. And it's nothing political whatsoever. It is a fact about risk. If every time the wind blew out of the north or we had a potential risk in the market, I'd be tracking the weather. You know what I mean? It's got nothing to do with that. So on this side, the right side is more of a squawk box. You can see as it, tracks along 801, 802, 800, along here. And all times that I refer to or that you see on my screens are Central Standard Time, by the way. Now, the next order of events, more of interest, I suppose, is the pre-market. Well, first of all, let me point out that I stream my entire monitors, not just the application. So you can always see at the bottom any programs that I have open. You can see the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, and then tie that back to the whichever Bookmap or IRT. I'm going to sneeze here. Hold on, excuse me. Okay. This is Investor RT, or IRT, referred to affectionately. It's my charting software and where I develop strategies. Now, first, let me point out that the header of each one of these, of any of the IRT windows that I have open, will have the chart name, or the doesn't matter to you, it's, meaningless, but it's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can look at all of them. Now, these two have watermarks behind them. Okay, additional stuff. And I try to keep all of the color coding similar between Bookmap and IRT. So the IBs are always these greens, and the fixed POC is red, and the developing POC is yellow, and the VWAPs are this purpley color, whatever it is, and mid is down here is red. So that's how that works. These are the micros, and I do the same thing for the minis. I'm trading micros at this point, so there we are. I mean, now in this environment. So here we have the micro ES, micro NQ. This is the higher time frame micro composite chart. And again, this is the micro ES. It's a daily daily chart, daily periodicity, and the RTH session. So what does that mean? That means that every one of these bars represents one full RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates these red and green lines, which represent the high and low volume nodes of this most recent market or volume profile. Those levels from the high and low volume nodes push to Bookmap. There's a micro composite VPOC. High and low, all that stuff. New all-time highs again overnight. But here we are gapping down. There's today's price at this moment, and it's going to be a gap down. Perhaps better seen over here. There's yesterday's low, and here we are. So we're gap down. Now, on all of these charts that have the info box open, if you notice, wherever I hover is the specs of the info box. So that was at 448, and you see the high, low, close, volume, all that stuff. And this is the market profile chart, which is, I'm sure, is obvious to everyone. I do not change this back and forth from micro to mini. I just leave it on the minis, and that's fine for me. The quote page, of course. What have we got going on with volume this morning? Ooh, look at here. Higher than normal. Yesterday we were 70 and ended up down around 60%. Now we're at about $1.14. So, lots of things in the news. And to be honest, this dust up that our friends in Washington have cooked up. Bon dia, Antonio. Tudo bem. UAE pulled out of the OPEC. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Hope all's well on your side. Got about 24C over here, mostly cloudy. So let me continue on with the pre-market here. Anyway, so there we are with IRT. Bookmap. Now, I'll be right back. Ooh, okay, back. Sorry about that. Bookmap. I think that's where I was. In case you're not aware, this is, well, come on. This wireless mouse. Bookmap. Now, this is Blue Boy, which I put these on the first print of every session. You see the first print of the RTH yesterday and the ETH the day before that. The purpose of Blue Boy here is to act as just a heads up for me when I glance left and I see this blue line. By the way, this is just a vertical line, period. Nothing fancy. Well, it's, worth $1,000, but anyway. I know that I have the complete session in view, so I have a firm understanding of context. There's the first print. This is the active data column. That's the entire overnight. There's no question about it for this instrument. Also, there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT, just a few levels. I need to keep trading, or my approach is to keep it as absolutely simple as possible. The KISS principle. I use price levels, I use volume, and I use probabilities. So there's a POC for the full session, which is this more muted yellow. There's a POC for the RTH session. POC, nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, 71.57.5 is where we've traded 3,382 contracts in the full session. And the second that one of these prices trades 83 or 33.83, this POC will move there. That's all there is to it. It's nothing. Now, sure, there's a yellow line here so that we get an idea of how it's progressed, which way has it moved in the session. There's a VWAP for both Globex and RTH, and there is a mid for RTH. The rest of these are price levels. Now, and there's their abbreviation, overnight high, previous RTH high, previous close. The IB high and low, which are sometimes confusing, are the, because of the naming, I guess, but initial balance low, initial balance high is this other green line right here. They are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's exactly all there is to it. So from the right, the micro composite column where I manually enter the values, and I've already put in a gap high here in anticipation of where we're going to open relation to the previous RTH low. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1,700 last night and will go through 1,600 today. The RTH volume profile on Delta that'll reset this morning at 8:30. And then this is my statistics column, which is important to me because it is where I will just, in a minute, we'll go get the statistics for these for today and with the associated prices. These are the price session prices pushed from Bookmap or pushed to Bookmap from IRT, and I share these with anybody that wants them. So let me know in the chat, and I'll drop a link in there for you. It comes from Google. I start pushing these at 1,700 on Sunday night, continuously through Friday evening at 1,600. Oh, and this is the book. I no longer have the dome columns over here because it was taking up lots of real estate. It's 4 columns. So this is the dome book. This is resting liquidity. These are not trades. These are resting liquidity. Market orders, limit orders, sorry. And then, of course, the prices. So the next thing I need to do is something I do every morning, which is called the TLab. And oops, this is a snap that I do every day, and it's This is why you'll notice that I use the stream as my journal, because I don't multitask worth a damn. There we go. So every day at 8:20, I do that. And that is a snap that I put into place. This is the snap, and this is the tab, and I just make a screen grab of it. Every morning I post the reports around 6, and then I post this at about 8:20, and that's for the Traders Lab, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And yeah, I was active in there quite a bit for quite a long time, and now I'm focused on the stream. I am focused on the stream rather than yucking it up in the chat room. And basically, that's from a suggestion from Tom, because he said, "Hey, you guys should be focused on your market and narrating what's going on with price." And I took that to the next level of, well, okay, I'm going to do this. The TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Tom B started it. He's been trading for like 47 or 8 years. First professionally, and now his own account for I don't know how many years. It's not a trade calling room. They don't trade live, but he's got a lot of good philosophies. There's a good crew of people in there, but there's a lot of posting, so it would be distracting for me, because you remember I'm an old cowboy from Montana here, the KISS thing works really well for me. And every day I post this in here as kind of and the reports in the morning is kind of a tip my hat to Tom and the group, and a lot of nice people in there, by the way. And key thing about the TLab, and the only reason it's the only other place I recommend, you're never solicited for anything. So it's, imagine that today. Think about that for a minute. How many websites you've been to and not be, and it's sponsored by Bookmap. Of course, they want you to subscribe, but never the case. So let's get over here to the Bookmap again, and now let's figure out how we're going to do these session statistics. Well, the first thing that I do is change the title of the column to the anticipated statistic open for today's RTH, and it's real simple. That's only 2 criteria. Here's price. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price position compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. Lower than the close. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? There's the RTH low. We're below the range. So what is it? It's lower out of range. So we go up here and change the column title to lower out of range. And what does that mean? A gap down in my world. And then the next thing we're going to do is clear all the notes from yesterday, these statistics, and we're going to go get the correct ones for today. The reason I change the column title every day is so when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can just see that and I know exactly what the relationship was, and there we go. Now, the statistics come from this study in IRT. You'll see that yesterday was lower in range. IRT selects or highlights the proper open type after 8:30. We've just determined we're going to open lower out of range today. The system looks back at the most recent 1,726 trading days. Of those days, we opened lower out of range 259 of them. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 73.0 times. Overnight volume point of control 73.0. Boop. Bam. And now I'm just going to go down the list. IB high 68.3, and then the next will be the overnight mid, and overnight low, I'm sorry, 71.0. So I'm just going to go down the list here. So there's the overnight low is 71.0. This is going to be kind of funny now. The overnight mid is 60. Wait, over the IB high is 68.3. That's right up here under this level, right under here under the value area. I can tell because there it is. So that's going to be, this is going to be a real good, this will be a really good example of, whoops, 68.3, and this is the IB high. Remember the definition of the initial balance. So the minute we open, this is not going to be here anymore. It's going to be on top of price. So will the low. So there you go. Now, here's a perfect example of why this doesn't, why this is, let me start over. Perfect example that these are statistics, not hard, fast lines in the sand, right? Notice how the numbers lay out with one another. Here's 73%, and then there's 71, and way up here 68. So let's keep going. Overnight mid, previous high, no, overnight mid is 67.6. Overnight mid is right there. 67.6. So you see, here's price. Here's the overnight mid. That's 67.6. But the previous IB high is 68.3. Well, we got to get through 67 to get to 68, right? So these are just probabilities. It pays no attention to anything, any news, anything. It only has to do with the open type and those two criteria. Okay, overnight mid, previous low is 66.8. Again with the crazy stats. IB low 69.5. Somewhere we saw that guy a minute ago, didn't we? Yes, we did. I had to hurry. We're going to open in a minute and a half here, and I'm busy dickle-wicking around. Overnight high, I got the overnight high is 32. Okay, I'm going to drop off of this now. And I can continue with the ones that are really would be the ones that I need to try to get in here, of course, are the ones that are the values that are going to change after the open. So, you know. So here we are. Now I suppose you'll agree that it's probably a good idea to be able to trade. You do that with Bookmap by activating the trade control panel. Click that button. Select the way you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. I don't have a dome anymore, so the only place I'm going to trade with a mouse is this active data column. I'm going to get over here quickly, and I'm going to make sure that something is something. The stats are on the right one, and it's AMP. That's correct. And did we open? Not yet, but pretty quick, 30 seconds. I'm going to select multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral package is added. We'll talk about that in a minute. I don't need the trade control panel anymore, so I can click that boy and we're ready to trade. And we are going to open in 30 seconds or something. And let's see if this thing, well, first of all, if they make a liar out of me and get up here to the previous low, I'm going to be mega pissed because it won't be a gap low anymore. I don't think that's going to happen. And yesterday they both reset perfectly on time, and today neither one of them did. Go figure this out. I don't get it. And now neither one will reset. I don't understand what goes on here. God damn, that's frustrating. Gosh darn, that's frustrating. Sorry about that. Anyway, well, back to the drawing board. So we have opened in a gap. We're in gap rules. Open gap rules. Talk about that in a second. And it's not much of gap rules, just a little bit, right? Let's get over here and get IRT converted over from full session to RTH. Got a big gap going on over here. That's be understood, I guess, with the a lot of volume that was pushing through there. Okay, there we go. So as I said before, I push levels for everybody over here. Quite a pronounced gap down on the NQ as compared to the ES. Here we are, ES, MES, right there. And let's get back over to Bookmap. Well, we're down to 8 seconds. And here we are. Huh? Are we having fun yet? Let's check. Now, something that I feel obligated to point out, if you've got this selected to trade with your mouse in the active data column, in other words, here on the chart, this mother is dangerous. It's the most accurate and the fastest trade placement, I believe, with Bookmap, but it is mega dangerous. If I'm trying to put the blue boy right here and I accidentally get on that side of the line and click, I'm in a trade, have an order on one of those two, whether I meant to or not, and it is not a pretty picture. Yes, that's the voice of experience. So I'm going to give it a minute or two to get away from this line. You notice how the pointer or the mouse changes from a dollar sign to an arrow? Wherever that dollar sign shows up to the right of this line right here, that's dangerous territory. Okay. I think Blue Boy can come out and play now. I'm safe. And this is, you can tell this is not right. How can there possibly be delta up here and no volume? Duh. So darn irritating. That should do it. Yeah. So let's see now. Are we rich yet? Well, they've closed the gap. And, oh no, they have not. Gap highs up here. What am I doing? I'm all discombobulated. These are now 1 point high. In other words, each one of these is a point. There's 4 ticks inside. And we're on way too many minutes down here just to look at this. There's 5 minutes on the time scale or whatever you call them. These are the session prices. We've got the VWAP working on time on correct. So yeah. Still got a lag running over here. Let's see what we got going on for here's the bar. Not the good kind. With, cocktail waitresses in it, but this kind over here. This is the testing story. Now, this is why is that doing that? Oh, I know why that's doing that. This is a weekly volume profile. This is a full session. So you scroll all the way back here somewhere, if it'll go back far enough, which I doubt if it will. Show me that. Okay, here is the high and low. This gold color is the high and low of Asia. The green is high and low of London. And red over here is high and low of US. But I've made the color so that I don't get confused of the IB the same as everywhere else, this bright limey looking thing. So the IB at this moment is 71, 74, and 62. So we're 12 points. Now I'll explain these IB high 25, 50, and low 25s in a minute. So that's working. There's no IB yet, right? First 30, remember it's the first hour. And okay, got that going on. What do we got going on over here now? This is the other initial balance statistic that I've done a lot of back testing and goofing around with. And that is plotting out over here. At 9:30, these zones will show up. And lags running 5 seconds. That's still not good. I don't remember if I still have this even pushing over here or not, to be honest with you. I do not. Oh, I do, right there. Okay, cool. Remember, these are actively processing now. In other words, what the computer is doing is every 30-second bar, it's evaluating every one of those rules. If one of them turns out to be, if they turn out to, be true and flag it and throw a signal or a trade, that would happen over here. But nothing's going to happen over here until 9:30 Central Standard Time. The same is going on over here with this other version of the IB that I'm looking at. And this is the bar trade that I'm just working on developing. The idea of this is to identify a consolidation. Then we have a breakout and a retest, and that's another real valuable strategy that's being used frequently by some of the static boys. Jorgensen took a beauty yesterday. It's incredible. So let's get back to here and back to where we are. So we've closed the gap, which is pretty much, not quite, I keep saying that, and I'm just jumping the gun. I mean, typically, if we're short, especially gap down, what do you expect? We're going to close the gap. That's how they're going to take profit, isn't it? However, this is like, the Looney Tunes environment we're in geopolitically and headline risk and all that. Welcome to the stream, whoever. I don't know why this damn thing, I have it on 100%, and I don't see some of the parts of the window below. I don't get it, but oh well. I guess nobody cares but me. Welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe. That's huge. It's not monetized in any way, so your support is really appreciated. And drop something in the chat. This is my virtual trading journal, and I want to always point out that this is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now. And my thinking about having it fully transparent and accountable to anyone coming through here is, let me know. If you've got, hey, I got a better idea. This works much better. I try this all the time, or not, or I think you're out of your mind, whatever. Put it in the chat. Let's go. Get some communication, some dialogue going. Like and subscribe. If you can't do either of those, just a click, Send money. That's always good too. Okay. Well, there was yesterday. What does that tell you? And here we are down here. Tells me that we're probably in The thing you got to remember, if you weren't here for the pre-market, which is every day at 8 o'clock, and the first thing out of the box after the, introduction is the reports and the numbers. Tomorrow is huge. Tomorrow we have both Google's, Microsoft, and Meta reporting after the bell, and it's the FOMC rate decision. So, understandable to me that they're not going to go crazy. Yesterday was kind of weird that they put in a new all-time high again. This, irrational exuberance reigns supreme. But today now we're opening down here. So, and we still have a lag. What I normally do now seems to work after, I don't know, a little bit of time, say after 9 o'clock, all Central Standard Time. Remember that all times are Central Standard that you see or that I refer to. I'll restart IRT, and that seems to unravel its knickers, and then it's not in a delay anymore. We got a big liquidity came in on the open up here. We got 285 of them or 300 of them at 79, at about 80 it looks like. And of course, they just can't wait to get up there and do it again. Close the gap, so that's not a thing anymore. So let's do the workflow. If the number's not meaningful anymore, we do that. The way I indicate the lower gap is where we open. Now that's something I need to talk about because I've discovered something here. Yeah, I know. I realize this is stupid, but this is anal, right? This is the gap low, 280426. And the style is going to be okay, and the style is going to be black. And yeah, I realize that's crazy, but it's part of the record, eh? And we picked up the POC. I didn't get that one in there. That's a bummer. I'll just delete that one. That one, POC is gone. There we go. No, we haven't tapped out the overnight POC, so we're trading them up. And this one, the mid changed, right? Because it's dynamic right up until the open. Overnight mid. Well, there you go. I'm busy talking on the wrong window, sorry. Like I said, old cowboy, Montana. Well, let's see now. Discord, something happening, and my phone's blinking and jumping around, and I found out some interesting stuff about TradingView, etc. So when Anton shows up, because I know you both use him, Anthony, I'll bring that up. If you're new, yeah, never mind. Well, we've got POTUS burning up the airways over here. Iran has just informed us that they're in a state of collapse. Well, is this another one of those things or what? Ah, son of a bitch. That's the reason for this bump, I'm sure. The unfortunate part about this is if you've been following this at all, or, you know, not living under a rock, in about a minute and a half, there'll be a rebuttal that says, we never said that. We never tweeted anybody. We never said that. I mean, that's been the history so far. So that's why this thing is so up and down and back and forth and seeming irrational, because it is irrational. And not accurate. The Strait of Hormuz is not, we have not closed the Strait of Hormuz. What we have, as I understand it, we meaning the U.S., as I understand it, is the U.S. is blockading the Iranian port. No ships in or out of the Iranian ports. The Straits of Hormuz are, you know, ships trying to transit the Straits of Hormuz are being attacked by Iranian gunboats or mines or whatever. It's, you know, it's. I really wish we hadn't sunk to such a low level that policy and information dissemination in a state of war was handled on frickin' social media. You know, I mean, just think about that for a second. That just blows my mind. And of course, that's the preferred media because there's no possibility of fact checking or anything else. So it's just, you know, just put out a bunch of horse shit, whether it's true. Put out a bunch of BS, whether it's true or not. And I'm not saying this is, but how the hell do we know? That's the problem. So let's see if Iran, you know, comes out with something and says, no, you're, no, you're nuts. And then we'll know, won't we? No, 1 hour ago. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. It's really disappointing that we're in the state we are, and it's a self-inflicted wound, you know. That's the part that's really crazy. It's like the tariff thing, which, you know, the economy was doing just fine. We have not benefited in any way from the tariffs that I'm aware of, or that the financial people I listen to. Hey, Anton, bon dia, good morning. Wrong language, but you get the point. Bonjour, ça va? I'll try that one. Yeah, so his yellowness or his orangeness has said that Iran has just informed us they're in a state of collapse and want us to open the Hormuz as soon as possible. Well, we all know that that's likely not to be the case, really, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, hope you're having a good morning. It's 25C over here right now, cloudy, which is, I don't know, like 78F if you're an F'er. I last night, in an effort to get this TradingView live and whatever else, live data, I came to the unfortunate realization after talking to AMP Futures and a bunch of other people, TradingView only uses CQG data. And CQG data is not market by order, it's price by order. So it is an aggregated stream based on around price, not orders. So MBO data that we use in Bookmap or IRT don't work. And if I wanted to have my open up a CQG connection so that through my AMP, I'd have to create a sub account and then fund it and a bunch of other crap. So I just kind of said, okay, fine, thanks very much. When I decide I'm going to throw all this crap away and trade on TradingView like everybody else, then I can just do that. But so that's something that's kind of interesting, that it was interesting for me to find out. There is a $14 a month or something TradingView plan that gets rid of the ads and you can run out, I think, up to 5 indicators. So the edgeful stuff, that's pretty much, that would be okay. And I'm waiting for Antonio's. I'm waiting for Antonio's big sale stuff that he mentioned yesterday. So I was disappointed. I was hoping I could get live data, and because if I open that up, if I'm looking at the MES, it's delayed 10 minutes or 15, which so what at night, right? But yeah, so there's that. So that's the deal. TradingView will only use CQG data, and CQG data does not have market by order, which surprised me. And that's about as confusing as I can get. Yeah, good. It's just been pretty weird here. It's cloudy, and it's been great because it's been raining in this place, as you can imagine how hot, and it's like a giant frying pan. Creeks are drying up, and and of course they're trying to get all the data centers over here. So let the people start and die of thirst, but we're going to make some money off these data deals. They've got big Bitcoin miners over here too, apparently, that huge water use and stuff. Well, we did something here. We got an IB high up at about 82. Our lows is 61, 62, so we're 20 handles wide. Yeah. Well, now, getting pretty close to the top of the hour. I think I will jump over here quickly and nuke the IRT. Get rid of the lags, I hope. Hope Ned doesn't have a stroke here. Come on. Bringing IRT back up now. Should be no issue with the level. I'm hoping. Here's hoping. Stuff turned off and turned on and whatever else here. Pretty interesting, the UAE is dropping out of OPEC. I thought. So here we are in bar country. Let's go down to the next one now. I'm going to turn off on a bunch of stuff over here. Oh, we don't want that on. We don't want that on. I think that's got them all now. Huh. Okay. That is something else. I think I got all the back end stuff happening here with all the bars and IBs and all that stuff, getting all the extra things turned off and on. So we've got the bar trade getting ready to do something. The EF driven IB here based on statistics and data. This is the IB trade I originally vetted, which pulls to these pullback and continuation zones, which were just arbitrary selections on my part. And then what do we have going on over here? Well, we dropped down from 114% volume just before the open, and we're at 4 points 375 here points ATR per 1 minute bar. So if you've got a 3-point stop, you better be good on your entry. Okay. Here we are today. I hope I was on the right window there. I probably wasn't. This is the volume I was talking about in the ATR. The traditional IB, the EF IB, which is strictly percentage driven and data driven, and the bar trade. Bars set up, just good. Nothing happening over here yet. Okay, that looks like everything's pretty well. Pretty well. News at the top. Oh, well, news right now. That's what that spike was, I guess. That was consumer confidence. I missed that at 9 o'clock. Sorry about that. Busy trying to do two things at once. This was the consumer confidence number, not much of a reaction, huh? They closed the gap and they're trading back to the bottom side again, so we did not get acceptance. Gap rules would say, I guess I should have said this, probably. I guess I could just do it again. That if we open in a gap and if price closes the gap relatively early in the session and then is accepted in the previous range, high probability we would trade across that range. So what did they do? Here's yesterday, here's today. Close the gap for sure. Well, at least my gap. Weren't accepted appreciably in range and we're trading back out of it again. Who knows what'll happen later in the session, but that's where we are so far. One thing that I have come across on all of the Edgeful reports, which I worked with quite a bit last night, and there's a lot of valuable stuff in there we can talk about. They consider an outside open, I think is what the word for it they have, outside of range, or in any of their data, and I've got to Google this to find out if it is a standard practice or not. As to reiterate, my version of a gap has always been previous RTH low or high, and wherever we open for the current one, that would have been a gap as I had done here. The way they do it, Edgeful and I don't know who else, a gap is the close to the open. May even still be within range. Well, it couldn't be within range, or it wouldn't be the close. Yeah, it could be. It could definitely be. So that's kind of weird for me, but that's the way they look at it. That's the way their reports define it. So there's gap, there's gap reports, and there's outside bar reports. So the IB is going to be in place at the bottom of the hour. Well, so here is the edgeful, what's in play with the most popular, or the here's the bias, which is pretty astounding. And this is just a learning experience that I'm sharing with you guys. So the NQ, the ES, and the NQ, we got the outside day, which is what I said, it opened outside. Gap fill, not an outside day on the ES. These are forming the initial balance. A lot of interesting stuff you can do over here. What's the ultimate reversal setup? What's that do? I don't even know. I don't know what this ICT thing is. Basically a gap. It's to do with a gap thing, but they've chosen to call it something to do with ICT. I don't know what. I'll have to figure it out, I guess. So if you want to see the details on the gap filled by these would be the gap down, gap size, targets not filled. This has got to be delayed somehow. Or maybe not. Oh, wait a minute. Remember what I said about the gaps? It isn't filled because their gap is the close. So let's get over here to IRT. There's the close. There's the previous close. So the gap has very definitely not filled in their world, in the world of that. And I didn't even get a stat up there. Previous RTH close is where? Previous close is 41.2. What I was trying to do last night was tie together these statistics. And it's one thing that's really interesting, and I think important for me, at least for trading. I was looking backwards too far. I was always thinking, well, the larger the sample set, the better off. Not good at all. Because there is such a difference in the market conditions. I don't think going back any further than, say, 3 months is valid. I mean, because you're looking at data from a different world, right? Especially in this environment we're in right now. Well, I would think that this is a bar right here, barring along, and this would be kind of that's the fractal, right, or the distribution. Let's see if I'm right. No, I'm not. But these can be, I've got to figure out how to exactly fine tune this. I've got this greater or equal to 5 bars and a 16 tick. These are ticks. These bars, these are ticks range. I would think, let's see what 3 bars does, just out of curiosity. There we go. See? 3 bars pulls in the gap. Or a bar, I mean. I don't know. I think I'm going to be like Jorgensen and just spot him and take a trade. I think he got like 200 points or on a 10 lot. You only got to do 1 or 2 of those a week and you're doing pretty good for yourself. And we're a pro. No, we're not. Okay. This is based on the Edgeful study, which I'll show you here in a second. Well, let's do it that way, I guess. So let's look at this report, which I think is right. Where's the reports go? Here, isn't it? No, that's the screener. There's the reports. But the screener's a different thing, too. This is something else I'm not completely around, but this is how to... Here's a screener for stocks and futures and what's happening where based on all the reports that you pull into your... so it'll show you the result of all the reports and where that particular instrument is. But here's the... see if I can figure out how to do this. Okay. So here's the initial balance by breakout, high or low, and by day of the week. So today, Tuesday, they're going back 6 months. There have been no inside days on a Tuesday for 6 months. There's a 53% probability of breakout to the top, single breakout, and a 46% for double. 50-50, huh? Now, the one I find good is, let's look at this one right over here, which is easy. I finally figured out how to use templates, so I'm really proud of myself. So here we have it. Over 6 months, when price broke out up to the top, a breakout, a breakdown is the other way. Price revisited 25%, the 25% of the initial balance 59 times, 59% of the time, and 50% 26% of the time. So what the way they're, see if I can actually show you that. Let's see what happens. Okay. This is the indicator. First of all, these are session indicators. This is the indicator from them right here, Edgeful thing. This is the IB. So here are these levels. There's 25% of the IB from the top. There's 50, and there's 25% from the bottom, or 75%. So what I've done is replicated the same thing on my, wherever I am, my code guy over here, right here. So here's the IB. There's 25% of the range, 50% of the range, and 25% off the bottom. The theory is then that that's how you are able to anticipate entry and stops based on data. So the theory is that if price breaks out to the top, break out, right? They call break down this way, break out, or not break up, I don't know. I guess, never mind. Breaks up, breaks out, then pulls back to within 25, there's a 60, whatever it was, 65% probability it's going to pull back to the 25% level. So if you're trying to take this breakout long and you wonder why you get stopped out all the time, there's a 65% you're going to get stopped out. If you've gotten long up here and you stop is within this 25%. What I've done in this code is I have the entry trigger, or the trigger. First, the breakout is just the breakout. It goes up, and then the trigger is between 25% and 50. And the edgeful thinking is that if you put your stop under 50%, you've got a, whatever it was, 30% probability that your stop won't get hit. So that's, and then you can use the next report, which are levels, and that gives you a statistical probability of how far you can set your targets. Pretty good, pretty interesting stuff. And I hope I have the, oh, I do have the right window. What a miracle. So there you go. Obviously, a real learning experience. Now, these are the levels for the IBs. And what I'll do now is have those push across to Bookmap so that the session prices over here will go away, and then this will be these levels just for fun. Fun, right? I don't feel so good here. Now, if you're wondering, or maybe you're not, maybe you don't even care, but when I change my data export internally here, I hope I'm not doing anything. No, I know I'm not. It's just for the lines, so that in a minute you'll see, well, there they are. There's the IB 25 and 50 and 25. The session or the cloud notes, which are pushed and shared for everyone, that is never messed with. Few more minutes for the IB here to set. I was real bummed out about that data story with TradingView. So, yeah. It's 9:22 Central Standard Time. We're banging around here in the middle, lower than, you know, whatever, lower than something. You can do some pull-ups. One hell of an opening swing, huh? All right, so we're sneaking up on the initial balance here. And that is a statistic which, you know, I think pretty much everybody is aware of, but it's essentially this is the low, IB low, this is the IB high. The high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. 8:30 to 9:30 Central Standard Time, so we got about 6 minutes or 5 minutes. Now that statistic from the old market profile days actually, and it is the most probable in all 4 statistical open times. Today, lower out of range, 97.7% probability the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. In other words, from 9:30 to 1600. That's the statistic. And that's what I use in my original initial balance system, which is based on specific levels. It would be, there's only 3 rules here. There's A, B, and trigger. Yeah, I know I'm not very imaginative, but A is the initial balance statistic. So, and that's also the first rule in this one, based on the Edgeville story, which would be the breakout. Same as the fence trade or a lot of different opening range type trades. But this is specifically around the initial balance. And these levels here are pushed across the book map, so I can keep track of what's going on over here and look in one spot the best I can. And I hope I was showing you the right deal. I think so. And here we go. This is where I often say my recommendation from experience is do not trade towards the statistic. That didn't work out well for me in the past. In other words, you know, prices moving this way, there's the IB low, we're about ready for, you know, got a couple of minutes before the stat is live. Oh, I just know we're going to take the IB low, so you get short, and then this thing happens. Then that happens right there, and then oops, bad day. Okay. So we set some sort of a world record in, you know, consecutive up days in a row or something. I guess we're going to try to set a new one for days in a consolidation row. I don't know what's going on. I think that the market is so strung out around the inconsistency and who the hell knows what, you know. I'm dying to know if there's any response to Trump's tweet this morning yet. That's been the big one that seems to be recognized by and troubling a lot of people. Is it's one thing to, well, whatever. Yeah, that's inconsistency. I guess that's the best thing to say. That's the best. See what I mean about this? Now we are in the IB30 is in the initial balance trade is in effect. We've crossed the first hour right there, and that wouldn't have been a happy extravaganza to go short. What do we have in bar world? Well, we have a bar going on here. Now, had I been watching this, and here's the theory, right? So there's the bar, and this is the continuation, but this is pretty dicey over here. What I would prefer to see, in my opinion, is that we need to have this come up and penetrate. Then it's a revisit, and then you go short. That would be that's how I'm approaching it anyway. And that's just, remember, this is not my way or the highway. This is just, let's hope so. This is pretty, what's going on here? Why is that there? There we go. So to reiterate, the idea here would be we break out, then there'll be a breakout flag or signal marker. Break down, I should say. And then the idea is that price will trade back to this 25% level. And would be around between here and here's the entry. 1525 is the entry. Stop on the other side of the 50. I don't know. And this is all based on this guy right here. Now here's the breakdown. Here's the breakdown idea. 73%. When price breaks out of the IB low, there's a 73.91% probability it will retrace to 25% to the 25% level. There's a 50% probability that it'll retrace to the 50% level, and there's a 23% probability that it will retrace to the 75% level. So, if you want to be extra, give yourself as wide a room as you can. Below is taken out, the breakout, price pulls back to the 23, you take it, pull short, and rather than putting your stop above the 50, you jump up here above the 75. But of course, you got to stop and immediately, quickly, what's the risk? That's the whole thing. That's one of the reasons I think that TradingView is pretty handy, because they got that thing where you can draw little pictures there, and it tells you your risk and what the trade stops are and all that stuff. And I'll show you the risk calculator here in a minute also. Look at there, huh? Oh, boy, did that pucker somebody's butt. Look at that. Somebody was just absolutely sure they're going to get that statistic, and then they got spanked all of a sudden. I really don't believe any of that is well, I don't know. I was going to say I don't believe that's a mistake. I think it's intentional. But I've also talked to people that say higher time frame has no idea where all these levels that we use are. I believe that that's not the case. Now we've got a 7-second delay, see? So you see our lag? We've not broken the IB down here yet, but we have definitely broken it on over here. I've got to do something about this lag story. And now it's clear up here to 22 seconds. There's the breakout. There's the signal. But it's untradeable. 25-second lag. Why? What the hell happened? Why? Ugh. So frustrating. But that's the signal. And then the idea would be to the 25, stop above the what do you call it, the 75 or the 25 above. And that's the reason why I push these across. Now, this is absolutely real time, and there's the IB low, and there's the 25, and there's the 50, and there's the 75. So there's no question in anybody's mind over here, and that's I'm doing that basically to get myself away from and around these frickin' lag story that goes on all the time over there, and I don't know what to do about it. This thing's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and there's only 2 programs running. It's like, what? Now there is OBS, which could be, but it's not bothering Bookmap. The only one that seems to have all these issues is IRT. I have an A signal and a B signal, it says. So there's our A, there's the B, but no trigger. And 11-second lag. So again, you know, it's just what happened in the bar world over here. Nothing. No breakout, no retest. Okay, let's get on. Let's get back to this one here. I'm curious how this thing plays out. There's a big selling wick down there, buying wick down there. If you were just trading a IB continuation without any of these signals and stuff, we took the IB, we pulled right back to it. We weren't able to get through it. You could short that and you're, you know, scaled at least, and in the direction of context. Now, I didn't do any of that stuff, but you see the point, because that doesn't fit with any of my rules. And actually, that's kind of puzzling. Oh, yes, of course. You see here with the lag? It did. That is the B, and there is the trigger, and there's a short. But impossible for me to take here. This is exactly why this is happening in a simulated environment. And this is just mega disappointing. And if I restart now, any flags that have been thrown already would be reset and gone and whatever else. That's just frickin' disappointing. Don't know what to say. So this would be well in the money with my old initial balance trade, looking down here to the IB low, or however low can you go. Yeah, I am really tired of this stuff. I don't know what to do about it. If anybody in this sound of my voice knows what to do about cleaning up the lags on IRT, I've done everything. There's a whole thing over on Linsoft about running efficient IRT, and I've gone through and done all of that, and, you know, set everything to minimum refresh. That's why there's only a couple of windows open and a couple of tabs and all that stuff. I really don't know what to do about it, but I know I'm damn tired of it. And we're headed down towards that London low, 71.47 half is the London low. Or London. Actually, it could be, I can't look. Never mind. That's just frickin' disappointing. So that IB1 would be well in the money here. 62 to fit. Well, actually, it's just about T. No, it's not T2. I forgot I've changed my I widened out my risk to 16 ticks instead of 48 that I'm, or 12 that I'm so used to for all these years. Let's see what the hell let's see what TradingView is doing, shall we? Now I can tell you right away. Oh yeah, go this up a rope. I'm sorry, excuse me. I can tell you right now, this is delayed 10 minutes. You see here, MESD, delayed 10 minutes. Isn't that fun? This is why I was trying to get the data from my broker, and the way you do that is you click the trading guy up here and you select whichever one of these you think is wonderful. In my case it was AMP, but in order for me to get AMP, I have to open a whole new account and fund it and everything else, because of all the TradingView uses is CQG data, not Rhythmic. I saw something online about some price bridge, secondary software, hoop-de-doo, where you can actually drive, I don't know how the hell it could work, drive TradingView, trick it into thinking it's CQG data. Jesus, that sounds pretty complicated. It doesn't sound like a very workable solution to me. And so this is 10 minutes delayed, and therefore that's still wrong, because we know that the IB low was already taken out, and 10 minutes ago, and this is 13 minutes since the IB low, so now I'm extra confused, which is a pretty easy thing to happen, of course. Let's go to the SPY and see what the hell is going on. That's, I think, at least real time. Oop, wrong one, wrong X. I guess that's what that is. Well, at least it did the right thing. And now here we are. So, yeah. I wondered at one point why I saw a lot of people doing this, a lot of the YouTube people that are using, it seems like most of them use TradingView, and they were always trading the Qs or something else. I'm thinking, why aren't you just trading the futures? And that's probably exactly why, because they can have CQG and be looking at stocks as well as the alternatives. I don't know, just to guess. If one of you guys know that I'm full of crap, be sure you say something. Now 50, this doesn't look very, this looks pretty delayed myself, to me also over here. Look at price action. Compared to here, I mean, this is what I think is real time. And this is not. Oh, and this is cents too. This isn't moving in ticks. Okay. Well, I don't know how. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do to sort that out, but I'll do something probably. So there you go. Somebody tell me something. Some good news. Anton, I hope you're just cleaning house, you and Anthony. I'm sure you both are, and I'm busy over here like a bump on a log. I'm about a heartbeat away from just dumping all this fancy crap and going to something that, I think I've said this before. When I got funded with Top Step to trade, I was trading NQ and I was using Tradivate. This was long before they were bought by NinjaTrader, et cetera, et cetera. What a pleasure. Log in from wherever you are, volume profile, market profile, bracket orders, It was not all of this. I seem to spend more time figuring out all this complicated tomfoolery than I am doing what I'm supposed to be doing here. Now here, speaking of tomfoolery and doing what you're supposed to be doing, what have we got? We got higher lows. We got an A, B, C. Is this a reversal? Supposedly, in old price action world, once we take out this middle high of the W, that's a reversal signal. If you look at it from the context that I always approach the market, what is the context? So far, it's down. So longs wouldn't be the thing to be doing. Let's see what happened over here now. What other reports we got? There's IBC Day. I don't know what the hell that is. I did this last night and I don't remember what that. Oh yeah, by day. I'm sorry. Okay. Here's an interesting thing. Where did it go? The signal thing. Where did this signal report go? Opening stats, outside days. Well, where the hell is it? I think we've already looked at that one. Single break, 45%, 15 minutes. Range, well, we don't want that. That's opening range, it's not the IB. Where is that thing I was looking for? There's a thing called the signal. So these are the in plays for the NQ and the ES. Opening candles green. Bias is short, not good. Breakdown only is short. I want to see that damn report I was doing. Signal thing. Sorry about this, but hey, what else you got to do? Let's see what the reports look like. Where's that signal? I thought I had it bookmarked. See it here now. This is a problem. Oh well. There's a pretty cool thing that gives you a breakout by levels. Wait a minute, maybe that's a custom part. I don't want the gap fill, that's for sure. Let's do the initial balance breakout, which is there. I think it might be levels. There we go. This is the percentage of time or percentage of probability that price will have completed the breakout one way or the other and then return to within 10%, 20%, 30%, 40% of the range. Let's do a look at breakdown days only, because that's what we're into, breakdown day. And you can do that over here. I thought I had that done. Oh yeah, here we go. And these are those percentages, but this is the breakout side. So what I need to do now is, this is pathetic, I know, I'm sorry, I don't know my way around this program even a little bit. So here are the levels. So we're not in a breakout, so let's do this one here. Let's go with 50% and 1 and 20. Oh man. And okay. So these would be the breakout levels. We've already gone through, you see we've already gotten through level 1, 10%, and we've got down below us these other levels. And then you can look at that report and see what the probability of reaching each of those is. Well, there was a 93% probability we were going to get to 1 at 10%, and we did. So cool, huh? They've done a pretty good job since the last time I looked at this thing. I've done a very good job. I don't mean to belittle that. I meant it seriously. I don't have the levels on here. What the hell is all of that? I don't have the levels on here. But yeah. I'm encouraged by the fact that I think if I incorporate these two, essentially that Edgeful will, as they develop it now and continue to, can kind of supplement my struggles with vetting these trades. Now, obviously, that doesn't vet a trade. That gives you a probability of certain areas being met under certain conditions. That's got nothing to do with backtesting a specific strategy, which is how I understand, or my interpretation of actually vetting a setup goes. But I'm spending all of my time spinning my tires doing this coding crap. So if I can come up with, like right here, okay? Rather than, and I've had to code this to deal with these exact percentages, what I'm thinking to do. Well, let's pretend that this happened over here, and that we pulled out, we broke out, we pulled back up into this range here. That's a short. And then I decide, do I want to stop above here? That's the way the code would put it. Or do I, and then I could manually put the stop up here, for example. You know, rather than spending forever trying to reinvent the wheel here and getting no place really, really quick. And, you know, bye-bye bar. Bye-bye bar, they're gone over there. And this guy's making money hand over fist. Well, he should already be well past T2, yeah. The reason this says, and I explain this every time, but for the new folks around the stream, yeah, That's right. Good for you. I was hoping you were on them. Well, greed is good. Remember the gecko or whatever his name was. I saw some story about that whole movie, Wall Street. Of course, you know that. But and you know, greed is good, and Douglas was gecko and all that kind of stuff. He in the minds of the author and I guess the screenwriters of that whole thing, he was to be. They anticipated he would be the disdained villain, and turns out he was everybody's hero, kind of. You know, that's pretty funny. Or not everybody's, but. So here we have the. This old indicator can only deal with one target. And in this case, the way my code works, when T1 is achieved right here, the stop trails from the original stop to entry. And then when price comes back around and tags out entry again, it's that doesn't look right to me at all, standing here just looking at it. I don't see where that bar came up here to entry. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, there's T1, there's T2. The point is it doesn't add T1 and T2 together, so instead of 16 ticks, it would be 32. I know why I don't know. I got to go back here and look at this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So let's see, 16, 16, 64, 16. Yeah, it trails to 16. So it took them. Once T1 was achieved, it put the stop back over here at 16 ticks. And that's why this is taken out, rather than leaving it at 64 ticks or having it go to break even. I hope you understand that, or don't care about it, one of the two. But that's the story here. So this would have been a one trade, 32 ticks, based on the way it was configured with a trailing stop. With the configuration as it is now, this is essentially one target at 32 at 16 ticks, basically, all in, all out. So there you go. I must have been doing that the last time I was backtesting something and didn't remember to change it. Ooh, well, we're dropped down from, we were 114% just into the open. Keep wobbling back and forth across the POC, the micro composite POC. Do you do, like scale and stuff like that? I'm sure you probably do, Anton. I maybe even asked you that before, I don't know. I think everything's bobbing along here okay. What's going on with the snooze? Well, here's the big Trump, Iran informed us there, blah, blah, blah. And here we go, here's the same thing over again. They've informed us that they're in a state of collapse and they want the Straits of Hormuz to be open, whatever. We do not consider the war to be over. In the past 72 hours, 52 vessels have passed through the Straits of Hormuz, 31 oil tankers, 21 cargo ships. I guess that's probably open, I suppose. And we don't think that there's no direct response to "you're full of crap. We're not in collapse, and we don't want to do something" that I see. That's kind of been the problem going forward. There's been one tweet from, tweet, and then tweets are us, and then, what, are you out of your mind? That was pretty funny last week when he tweeted out something, and both Israel and Lebanon, all three, Israel, Lebanon, and Iran, all immediately responded with, "What are you talking about? We never said that. We didn't agree." All three of them. So what do? I think that indecision or that inconsistency is what's got the market so spooked and so, erratic. That's just my opinion. Opinions. Well, we are just back to the IB again, huh? Looky there. Now what's happening? Are we getting somewhere over here? Let's check. Whoa, we didn't get to the entry up here, remember? This would be something. Would this be something on my other setup? Of course, I don't see anything going on. No, it hasn't even triggered an A or a B or anybody else. This is so goddamn ridiculous. What do you imagine is going to happen here now? Well, mid, VWAP, IB. I have no idea. I don't even know what to anticipate. My anticipation would be to sell the rips. Look at this. Here's what's the context? So, if it's an uptrend, you buy the dips. If it's a downtrend, you sell the rips, right? I mean, isn't that the old rule of thumb? So if you sold it there, you're a king. If you sold it there, you're a king. If you sold it there, you're pretty sweet. What's going to happen here? I don't know a percentage about that. That's something I don't, and I am really just barely getting my nose or my toes or whatever else in the water there at Edgefield. And again, with this frickin' lag story, what's happening over here really? I guess this is correct, kind of. Trigger. Now that is not, okay, so here's what something has happened right here, right now. See this trigger? Yeah. Breakout and the trigger. Something is definitely wrong because this trigger would only fire if this candle was above this line. Not the IB, not in this gray zone, but above the 25%. I don't see that on Bookmap either, so that tells me that this signal might be kittywampus. That's a technical term. Oh, I'm sick of this. I'm really trying to hold the ground about trading, trading vetted setups on statistics, but I'll tell you, I can see why people that don't do that. I can see why people go, screw this, I'm going to get short. I can understand. It's kind of like overtrade, but that's the same logic of overtrading or doubling down or anything else. But now look, sell the rip, right? What happened? Well, there's 65 when we're at 59. I better go find a pistachio or something here. Okay, cool. Yeah. Man, feel dizzy or something. A few squats and some pull-ups here while I'm watching this tomfoolery unfold. I don't think anything else is doing anything over here. An alley-oop out there, huh? YOLO. What's a YOLO mean? I know I understand the reference, but I don't know what it refers to. We used to call it a Hail Mary, I think. Do you scale them for like risk neutral and all that story, or do you just do like the rest of the boys do and take them for profit? Ooh, I'm sorry about that. Out of breath from the squat. Yeah, see, fella rips. There's 12 points. Yes, yes. Oh, oof. This thing is showing a. Thing is still showing a trigger. That's weird. I got to figure that out. These signal markers down here, I keep track of them and sequence them by the use of the flags and these V-pound variables. The theory is when there's a breakout, this fires, this is just visually. The trading system doesn't pay any attention to what this chart does. It does push the outcome over here. So if there were a trade taken, it would plot it, but this chart has nothing to do with that. So when the signal marker fires, the breakout fires, it propagates that flag, the V-pound variable. And then for the trigger to fire, it has to look and, it needs to look and see that the breakout has already happened. That way they're sequenced. That's the way it works on the other ones. Yep, that's what I thought you were doing, as I understood it from before. Well, well, well. Nelly Bell. So here's a new bar going with the 3-bar story. Let's see what happens at 5 again. Don't ask me. I'm just, grabbing them. So far there has not been any consolidation of 5 bars or less with a 16-point range. 16 ticks. Sorry. And I've thought about things like ATR, for example. Right now, the ATR is 13.5 points. Is that right? I mean, I know the ATR is in points, but hold on. Am I full of crap? It's a distinct possibility. Smooth period. Mount range was 9 bars. And that's driven by something. I thought I had this by V-pound variables, but maybe not. Guess not. I got to do that next. What I do is I set these up to a V-pound variable. Like, for example, it would go V-pound 423. Okay, and that V-pound 423 then is set. It would be set by the. Oh shit! I don't even have it open over here. Well, I use the same main for all of them. So the V-pound variable would be set over here. Like, here's the opening and closing, and these are the stops, and this is all, here's the, this, come on. This sets the opening range, or, period. In this case, I've got it set for 60 minutes, so it's initial balance. If I change this to 30, that's what it would. And the reason I do that is if I use V-pound variables, I only have to come to one place and I can make a change, and it cascades across all the other systems. I know that, well, I probably weren't even showing you the right window. Oops. Well, what I was talking about was here. And then the V-pound variables are those V-pound variables, I don't apply them here because this is just on the chart, but they are on the system over here. Well, nothing going on there. Consolidating down here pretty much. Right under that IB. What else is happening? So see, here's a. Now, if I had this figured out how to dial it in correctly, this would be a breakout. This would be a bar. Breakout, retest, I guess. Let's see what else we got going on here. About 10. I don't think 10 would ever do it, because that's too many bars. The fewer bars, the greater the opportunity for the smaller range. And then if I keep this at 5 bars, what I need to do is change the range. Let's change the range to ticks. Let's make it 24. Oh, looky there. Remembering, of course, that this is 24 ticks. On a 2-lot, that's 48. That's a 48 tick risk, which is a lot. 12 points. And I don't know if I did this yet, but there's the risk. This is the risk calculator. In ticks or dollars, whichever. You can set the drawdown or the maximum account size, whatever, you know, if you're doing a prop thing or whatever else. And then it tells you the recommended size based on the degree of risk. Do you want to be, you know, real conservative, or you don't want to be balls to the wall over here? Then calculates based on the package size, the number of ticks. There's the package. So you got 2 contracts at 16 ticks. You got 32 ticks, $40. At 4%, it would take you 25 consecutive stops to blow up $1,000. And based on a win rate, which you calculate with your back testing, at a 70% win rate, there's a 3.89% probability that you would achieve 25 stops in a row or blow up the account. So there you go. And actually that risk calculator, which I'm happy to share that stuff, but I based that on the math behind, where'd it go? I thought it was over here. Oh, wait, I know something. There you go. Based on that. So let's do it again. Here's $1,000. And there's, what do we say? This only works in dollars. It doesn't use ticks. So it was $40. And you see, same thing. 4%, 25 trades to blow up. And there's no problems down here. Now, if you make this $100, now you've got, with a 40% win rate, you've got a 42% chance of blowing up 10 trades. So that's how that works. And this I saw a video, I think, about this risk calculator. This is free to anybody that wants to use it. I don't know how to get you the link, but supposedly it is. So anybody could have this risk calculator without even having an Edgeful account. And you would be able to do that. Pretty cool. I'll get that link and put it in somewhere, or if you want that one I made or that sheet that I used, let me know. Well, now, you know, I don't know from bars, but this, I would say, consolidation, breakout, or at least consolidation. Are we going to look for a breakout and retest? Now, what do we got going on over here? That's kind of what we have here, isn't it? Sure, this is price. There's a consolidation. But this is based on 24 ticks. So that's a lot of risk. And of course, that's the key to this whole shooting match, is risk management. I talked about that in the pre-market. You guys know that. But for those people who are new or coming through or whatever, it's a big deal. Your main job as a trader, especially in this environment, is to preserve your account. And the first step to doing that is manage your risk. And in terms of exposing your account to the market risk, headline risk, for example, or stops and, volatility. So this whole continual conversation about risk and stuff is pretty important. Oh, I hear Mom making food noises out there in the kitchen. My fat stomach says, yay, yang. I don't know what to do. I'm sick and tired of standing here watching this market and trying to have some sort of a plan in mind that I can lean on that satisfies my commitment to being a vetted trade. And it's just, I'm running out of time, And then the last thing, then probably the most dangerous thing that I'm aware of is Monkey Boy, because I have that feeling that I just articulated. And so what's the usual outcome when traders have that feeling? They start over trading and doing stupid crap. And I don't want to do that. So I'm on guard about that because I'm aware of how I feel. And I realize that Monkey Boy is something we're never going to get over. That's been cooked down in our DNA for years, literally, through evolution. So you're never going to get rid of FOMO, of fear of missing out, all of those things, wanting to be right, that anticipation that this market should be paying you something, all of those things. You just have to be aware of that and not act on it. So then I overreacted. I'm extra cautious. It's a hard balance. I haven't figured it out yet, obviously. So here we have a breakout. If you're barring it up, if you consider this the bar, there's a breakout. If we test up through here, then it ought to be short you go, I guess. And the next question is, there's back in. Now, how far? That's the overnight volume point of control right there. Yeah, that's not on here. And my eyes are getting so bad I have a headache all the freaking time staring at these screens. I saw my phone said something the other day. I'm averaging 19 hours a day screen time. This is probably not good. Okay, if you're looking at this, that's a breakout and a retest, and isn't that also a double bottom and something else? And now it's going to head back down, apparently. I don't know. From a purely discretion point of view, right here was the trade. Right here, mid VWAP, VP, they didn't get above there. You get short, you sell the rips, right? Buy the dips and sell the rips. And that's 13 points. Not a great astronomical amount or a breakout or anything, but you're still in it and you're still down there. Up here again, the bar breakout would have been okay. 24 points is too much because this is just drawing them all over the place here. Let's see what 16 is going to be. Nothing, I'm pretty sure. Whoops. What happened here? 16 is that? Yeah, it's nothing. 20. So, yeah. Depending on how the range, in my opinion, would be a function of risk. The number of bars doesn't really matter, I don't think. This is the key one. So the difference there is 20 to 24 makes all the difference in the world. It doesn't make this one doesn't make a lot of sense to me because it's just, you know, painting them all over the place, seems like. So I gotta figure out how to dial that in. And what's happening in La La Land over here? Well, nothing. We didn't get our tea. And or the code's wrong, or I don't know. Maybe the problem is the music quit. Huh? The day the music died, right? That was a song, wasn't it? Been having, I don't know whether you guys are aware of it or care of it, but there's been a big, first there's some issue with Edge and investing.com. All of a sudden some stupid McAfee thing takes over the whole monitor and I've got to take that tab down completely. I don't know, it's got, never had McAfee on the machine as far back as I can remember. So it's got to be some sort of a bug, I'm pretty sure. And I don't see Financial Juice really being very, continually we see some big news event happen and I go, oh, well, there's some news. And I go look and there's nothing there. I heard a couple other people, actually Andre and James over from Edgeville talking about that. I don't know whether you're all familiar with it, but there's a guy called Walter Bloomberg. And they were laughing, what's Walter Bloomberg got to say? And they go and, oh yes, it's this and it's that and something else. So I finally figured out what that is today, this morning. It's the guy, and it's on Twitter, well, or I guess it's called X now. And apparently what it is he's got a Bloomberg terminal, and the minute something comes across, he posts to this thing he's got. In all caps, and it's apparently one of the fastest news relay aggregators around, and I'm trying to get there so I can tell you what it is. It's in Delta One, and the guy's name is Walter, or this place is named Walter Bloomberg. I can't show it down here on this computer because I don't have it hooked up that way. Now I don't really see any posting going on currently. Oh wait, maybe I do. No, I don't. Yes, I do. I don't know anything about it other than I heard about it on Edgeville from those guys when I was trying to investigate something. And wait a minute. Oh shit, I about had a heart attack. I was looking at the stream and I was looking at the stream and I saw this. And I thought, wait a minute, I didn't have an order in. Oh, yeah. But there's a sell the rip in it. Twice, boom. Again, boom. Because it's not any kind of a vetted anything or another, I don't act on it. And twice now, that was, well, there's, what do we got? 64 to 53, so there's 10 points, 12 points. There's 61 to 51, half. So there's, then another 10 points. And going, and still going. Boof. What? Huh. Something's crazy here. Hold on, let me refresh this thing. Oh yeah, everything's totally screwed up on financial Jews. So we've got 10-10, Trump and King Charles greet. Trump and King Charles something or another meet. Bilateral meeting. Yeah, what else is going on here? I think that's complete crap. I don't see any response to the thing from Iran about, Trump's thing about Iran, and now they're all busy with the king and Camilla, so. Anyway. Yeah, there's that. And here we are. Disappointing. And these are pretty measured, orderly auctions to the downside. This is not any kind of hurry, scurry, and blurry, Basically, the big run up, the swing high, and then just doodly doodly doo, whoop-de-doo, 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 Yeah, pretty disappointing in myself for not being there. And essentially could be all done at 10:30 in the morning. Well, certainly in relax mode. I'm not sure what the deal is with this other thing that I was talking about. Screw him, I'm not giving Elon Musk $1. Okay. I don't know. I'm not seeing any kind of posting on this Walter Bloomberg thing, so maybe that's just complete crap. I don't know. I just heard it from those guys, and I'm busy trying to find a better news source that's, you know, affordable, because I'm not at all pleased with what's going on with the financial juice necessarily. It seems so slow. When it's something important, you don't see anything about it. And maybe paying for it, but I'm trying to keep the news things free if I can. Well, there you go. VPOC migration, Antonio. Isn't that that's pretty near the first one. It's kind of a weird session, isn't it? Look at how seems to be pretty reserved and orderly to me. I'm not sure why. Well, maybe because the tweet guy is busy with the queen and his queen, and you know, all of that. Yeah, the bar thing set up like this is just no good. I'll keep an eye on the edgeful thing and focus on the rest here. Oh, is this the VPOC migration trade to take? Look at here. I can promise you that if I jumped on a short right there, that thing would go back to the mid so fast it'd make your head spin. That's my usual outcome with that thing. Well, so we are in just a basic tight there you are. too pronounced distribution. We're building a second below the IB. They closed that range, not the gap, if you want to use the new definition. And here we are. This is pretty telling. And my problem, or one of my problems, is I don't imagine, I don't know what he could do or say that would be, he's going to be pretty busy trying to out-king the king, you know, outdo the king. But all this, all these tweets about Iran and stuff that don't seem to be verified by anybody, I don't know what to think about that. In other words, I think the headline risk is super possible this morning. "13 minutes ago." Well, there we go, 22 minutes ago. Okay. There we are. Yeah, I guess that is fairly quick. Iran resumes Moscow flights. Trump: Americans have no closer friends than the British. After he's insulting one side down the other. Jesus. Yeah, this is why he's out kinging the king, right? Trump makes speech outside the White House as he welcomes King Charles. Okay, that was 39 minutes ago. Elon Musk, psychopath AI guy, trial starts today. Yeah, so I guess this is pretty quick. So I'm not sure how I could do that, actually. Well, we're out at the bottom down here, banging on it. Banging on the bottom. That sounds like fun, doesn't it? Going on over there. So 3 computers here, and I get all confused. The top 2 I'm standing in 2 stand-up desks, FYI. They're in an L. In front of me is a 4-monitor rack. The bottom 2 big monitors for the trading stuff, and then the top 2 are another machine. And to my left is a 3rd one from the trading machine for OBS stuff, vertical. And then around the corner from that's my old standby workstation for email and all of that stuff. So you get to many keyboards and too many mice floating around here. I'm forever looking up at the upper one and typing on the wrong keyboard. You know, it's like, yeah. Yeah, I am hungry. I'll be right out there. Thanks. Ooh. Well, yeah, I don't have any. The one that I got on my traditional IB was goofy and late on IRT with the delays, and I didn't act on it on Bookmap because I was looking at, I have the levels pushed from the edgeful thing. Yeah, I hear you. I got to get over this. I don't know exactly what to do, to be honest with you. Just, well, pull up my boots and figure out what to do, I guess. That's the thing to do. No, so just around the horn we got no signals over here at all. But what's this T? See, it keeps throwing this T, which is absolutely not correct. So that's a code problem. Oh, wait a minute. I know what that is. Oh, no? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Football. And this one. That was signals from a different IB system. This one called the fence right there. Watch that. Okay. The way that system works has nothing to do with these probabilities or zones, but breakout. There you go. B. The T, or the trigger, is that the bar opens outside the IB to whichever side you are, high or low, wicks up into that IB again, and then closes back outside of it. So this is in fact a trigger. I had my colors wrong. This would be in fact a trigger to go short, and you would short at the close right there, and there you go. And the way the code works, I do have that system coded up, and the way the code works is the stop would be originally at halfback, which is, this 50% of the IB, and then the minute you get T1, it trails to entry, or wherever you want it, whatever I want it to do. So that would have been the one to take instead of questioning. I didn't even think about that. I need to get my shit together here. I need to up my game. That was a trigger, and that's a good trade. What is that? What are we talking here? We're talking 60 to 49. Yeah, 10 handles. Yeah, 10 handles. Better than a sharp stick in the eye, isn't it? The one that I was watching for to do with EF is this one. So we're going to shut the bar off, or the fence off, and then we're going to open this one. And this should have a breakout right here. So I'm going to have to look into why the hell that's not there. So I'm I need to. All right. Mama had a better idea, maybe. I want to get one of those ATMs I can just put down in the basement, and then I'm not worrying about this sort of shit. Frankly, here we are bouncing around this VPOC, and I've joked about it a million times, and Antonio knows very well. Short, 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 maybe a short, but we're at the bottom, right? Short in the bottom? I don't know. I'm gonna go see what she's cooked up out there, and I'll be right back. All right, let's see what a little blood sugar fix would have done. Well, yeah, there you go. See? VPOC, VPOC migration. Oh, let's get stopped. Nope. Well, see what Walter Bloomberg's up to here. UN rejects sea treaty claims over Straits of UN rejects UN sea treaty claims over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's mission to the UN says that Tehran is not a party to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and therefore not bound by its rules. Well, there you go. I think I like that better than, I don't know what I like better. I guess it's just a way to confirm something else. What I was trying to do, I don't know if I made this clear, is to figure out some way to when we get some random nonsense where I'm usually going, well, that had to be news. What was that? And then there's nothing. All right, Anton. I had a little bit of something to eat there, and that made me feel better. Well, if I'm not mistaken, we've taken out every... No, we have not. I am mistaken. We haven't taken out the stats at the top there. We haven't got any mid or above. The overnight mid or above. And what's going on in Boomer's a scientist world over here? Whoa, what is this now? This looks confusing. 524. Let's see what happens if we go down to 3. 3, come on. Doesn't change anything I wouldn't have expected it to. Okay, I'm figuring out how to get this dialed in, I guess. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this is useless. The red is where both of them have overlapped, I guess. Here is nothing times nothing going on over here. Why that breakout is not signaled there. Talked about that before, and I'm meaning that it's not signaled only because of the indicator. I just had a thought about something. Anyway, okay, and moving on. Move along, nothing to see here. Here we are. There's the one trade to both. No heat, no problem. And here we are at well, volume's picking up a little. Here we go. Hello, Fritz. Well, I'm just gonna get. And a bunch of thousand spam shit through the day. Well, let's see. I'm going to step away here for a minute. It's been a marathon telecom with my son, so I've been on mute, but standing here doing my diligence. No trades, nothing cycling through for me today so far. Let's run through them. There's the bars. Here's the what's going on here? There's the IB, EFIB, nothing. Breakout. Now the fence, this would have been a fence trade and no problems at all. And it's also an IB, a B18 trade, no problem. But none of which I was tracking. And this is the IB. There's one good, my original IB. There's one good trade filed today for 32 ticks. And what is going on here? Picking up a little volume. There you are. Now I am going to step away for a minute and do my usual walk and shower and stuff. Midday break. So what are we doing here? Same, more of the same, huh? What happened there now? Ooh. Well, now, this is fine. How do you do? Let's see what's going on across the world here. I just don't think these work out very well. Oh, well, there we go. So we did take a B, and even though the signal didn't fire, and we did take a, and there's the trade. So the stop is now, we can actually watch that because it's still in the trade. Let's get right here. And boom, 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 boom. And there we go. So here's the profit target, T1, and here's the stop. When the profit or the trade would take T1, sorry. There you go. So this trade has fired. For whatever reason, the signal marker didn't show up over here, nor here. So what? It took the trade. And there's the entry, as correct, at the low or at the high. Now, you can't see the stop because the little yellow bit right here is on 50%. I guess I better make that maybe 1% higher or something so that it's easily seen. Assuming that profit could come down, you see how close we got to the, no, we didn't. This is to IB. If we got down here to T1, then the stop would scroll or trail up to entry. This is following the edgeful setup. I would say this is not a very high probability trade because we've got all of this low volume area up here for them to come back into. We've got the POC still above us, I think, don't we? Where's the POC? 65.15 is the mid. POC is way down here at 52. And we have we got a trade on the old IB. The best trade so far today, well, the old IB was okay, but the fence trade, which is an ORB or an orb breakout, was pretty classic. There's the breakout. There's the ORBs, or the signal where it opens below the outside the IB, closes within. I mean, wicks within, closes outside. That's the trigger short, and it would have been short all of these down to here. I would say, in my opinion, this doesn't have a very high probability of success. And I can see one thing I probably ought to do here. I ought to have the risk defined differently so that the risk is from entry, right? Because this 50% is just of the ORB, of the opening rate or the IB. And this is the upper IB. This is the profit target for before us yesterday or the day before. And we'll see. This is the first one of this setup that's trading automatically in the forward testing. Think I need a glass of green tea. I'll be right back. Can keep track of where that how that's working, because here are those levels. So here's that 50%. Oh, just right at the open. Isn't that interesting? I can't move that away, or I would. That target is programmatically in there, so I can't move that stop away, but it hasn't gone yet, so let's see. Tomorrow's going to be huge for reports and FOMC rate decision, and it's going to be a big deal. Not surprising that today's kind of a wait and see. Wow, some hot jalapeno there. Whew. Not physically. The new setup from the just took this trade based on the breakout and then the reach into the zone and took a stop right there. And the old-fashioned IB trade did well. There's in one there for long at the moment for 16 points or ticks, and earlier in the day, another one for 32 points and 32. I know, yeah, 32 and 32 total on the old ones, but physically, no. And I got to do something about this. I'm thinking about a lot of stuff here, but yeah, well, anyway. That stuff's not doing much. There's that one. There's that one. Probably the best. No, I shouldn't say that. Doing some thinking and reading about this stuff down here now. The OR trade or the it keeps defaulting to this, and there's supposed to be a drop down here with my saved templates, but I don't see them, so I keep going over here. I don't know what else to do. And the one by rejection. So here's the let me see if I even have this figured out right. Yeah. Because it's today, there's no... Oh, wait a minute. I know what I'm doing. This by rejection. I'm sorry. What I wanted to do was by retracement. There we go. So it just fulfilled the... You see the difference here? There's a 26% of with the stops at 50%. On the breakout, the upside, on the breakdown, at 52% that 52% that it will be revisited. So in the case of the breakdown, the safe spot for this, or the logical spot for the stop, is at the 25% or the 75. In other words, in this case, because it was a breakdown, instead of the stop being at 50%, it should have been right up here. More likely. But then again, the big risk story starts to come in. And in the fact, in so much as this is just a completely programmatic, right, with no discretion, I can't just grab a stop and move it here. So there's that. But if you see this, that's a 3-bar reversal. Then boy, that's a perfect one. Look at that thing. If I'm right, yeah, I am right. Well, it won't be. It won't be a 3-bar reversal. And now it is. As soon as the low of this bar exceeds the previous to the signal, and the long wick like that, that's selling tail. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I don't know what I got. I got to do something, man. I was even thinking about. I thought about a prop thing, and then I thought, but that's stupid. This is a live account. If I can make, $1,000 or $3,000 in a prop thing, why don't I just do that in my own account? You know what I mean? That's a hard thing, but that's the psychological problem there. I was actually when I was walking, I was listening to something from one of the Edgeful guys who does a lot of things. He $20,000 payout in a month. Supposedly, I mean, what the hell do I know? But something's got to happen here sooner than later. Or I completely dropped the whole concept of committing to only trade vetted trades and start applying discretion, several I pointed out earlier in the day. Tomorrow's going to be huge too, by the way, news wise and report wise. Let's see. I'll go through this in the wrap up, but look at this: durable goods, housing starts, building permits, the Fed rate decision, FOMC, and on top of everything else, we've got Google, Meta, both alphabets, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta, all reporting. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for a lot of people. Yeah, I'm about ready to throw this, I don't know, overhaul this idea or something. What am I doing here now? Okay, there we go. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's having the stop correct. Well, I could do that actually programmatically because I have this. The way this has to happen is it has to be a complete set of signals or rules for both directions, right? So there's also one for the stop. So I can have the stop on the breakdown at this other level rather than the 50. Wow, 1421 already. How'd your day go? Did your hedges work out everything okay? You had 8 trades earlier, or am I remembering yesterday? That 3-bar reversal. Watch this thing go. Now it didn't even get close to the target. This is T1 right here. This is the IB low. So, oh no, it's not either. Yeah, it is IB low. Yeah, there you go. Getting all confused with the different lines around here. Ooh, VPOC migration. Ooh, Antonio. And it's a talk about a price check at aisle 3. Look at there. And that is this is the entire range, by the way. Important to notice that. This is a pretty goofy day. Volume is 80%, but that's weird to me. Right back on the open. So far today, we have done all of this trading and all of this time, and we are exactly where we started. Speculation at its finest, huh? Now there's another trade that I have to work out on this Edgeful story, and that's the outside day thing, which is what they was very successful today per the stats and the setup. And where is that? There you go. And I don't know about these extra. I haven't looked at this before, so I don't know about these extra report things here. Well, 86% reversed up. I think this has got to do with where you open, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I better not let my stupidity shine over here. What's in play now? I think I'm going to get rid of NQ there. I don't do that. There should be an outside day report here. I think I can add reports to this what's in play thing also. Wait a minute. I don't want the goddamn keeps reverting to this gap fill thing. So frustrating. See, the way they do an outside day, it's the way I do a gap. They do it from the high or low of the previous day to the open of the new one of the current session. That's how I define a gap. In their opinion, in their terminology, that's an outside day. A gap is from the previous close to the open. Should be able to see that here, I think. Why is it doing that? Yeah. Closing price. Opening price. Not high or low. So today we had a gap, we had a outside, and we've had the IB. Yeah. Well, shiny. Shiny. I like stuff shiny. Yeah. Well, let's see now. In 3 minutes till the bottom of the hour, we'll do the report, and then we'll stand by for the market on close imbalance. And the stream I'll close off as usual at 1500. And then I'm going to dig into, I got to really give this a strong think what I want to do here. Yeah. Yeah, well, I obviously, as you can see, I didn't take any, so it was a hell of a lot more difficult for me. However, there were a few that were, like the old-fashioned IB continuation trade where we come up here and test it and go, there we go. Hold on. Wow, those jalapenos are not going to start making me sneeze, so never mind. Yeah. And if we just got good at those rearview mirror skills, we'd have just shorted this, the swing high, and then, oh boy, huh? Wouldn't that have been a fancy? Now, that's not exactly ridiculous because, in a sense, that is that outside day and gap fill thing from Edgefill. So I'll look into that more in more detail. But I'm not sure what the triggers and stuff are there, but you know what I mean? That's close. Oh, man. Sneezing, eyes are watering. Oof. And my wife says, oh, you're crazy. They're not even spicy. Yeah. I don't know when you got back on the stream, Anton, but did you see this latest trip I took past the news? What happened here? Why'd that close? Did you see this? That was kind of interesting. A unilateral victory. I'm not sure. I got a feeling I know how Iran would act to that, but I'm not so sure. How about Israel? I don't know. Did you see it on the stream? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Son of a bitch. Sorry about that. And I tell you, I'm a donut. Boop, that one right there. There you go. All right. So Here we go, around the mulberry bush, the market recap for the day. What have we done today? Well, we've gone exactly no place. Basically, there's our open, and here we are. You know, one complete day of speculation, and I would suppose a bunch of retail folks being just chopped to smithereens. Not that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is a dangerous price action the last couple of days. Fairly narrow range, 83 to what do we got down here? 46. So 43 handles wide over pretty much overall. And basically two distributions there. Yeah, really. Misdirection at its finest, huh? With no regard to life or limb or anything else. I guess that's the ultimate definition of narcissism, I guess. Or something. I don't know. One of those big words. So, IRT, if you're new here, this is my charting package. And the first thing to point out, if you're, when I'm switching screens back and forth, which I get wrong half the time, the chart name is meaningless to anybody but me. But then there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in every one of these headers. So you always know what you're looking at with IRT. And of course, with Bookmap, it's pretty hard to confuse. It's right there also. And Bookmap is where I take all my live funded account, my funded, funded by me, AMP futures trades. And over here is where I develop strategies and then, back test them, vet them, and determine an edge or not, and forward test them, like right here, right now, in the IRT simulated environment. So I make sure that everything's code right and the rules are right and all that kind of thing. This is the micros. So this is the micro ES, micro NQ. This is my higher time frame micro composite chart for the micro ES. And these are daily candlesticks for the RTH session only. Whatever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. Today, I'll just move it over one and get this guy. That generates the high and low volume nodes, which are these represented by the red and green lines here. Those volume nodes push to Bookmap. The micro composite VPOC and the high and the low and the all-time high and those things I put in myself. The session prices here also push to Bookmap. And this is the market profile, which I do not change between micro and mini. These are always the minis. I track all four of these, are the same tab configuration for the minis over here because I push the session prices for both to anybody that needs them. And we have for volume here. 79%. We got up as high as about 80 today. Started out 114% and fell off pretty quick. I've gone through these various forward testing ideas over here. I think enough to bore everybody to tears today, but that's how I vet stuff. And now let's get to the important stuff for tomorrow. So this is investing.com. It's my old favorite source because I like the way the presentation is to Snap for Discord postings or whatever. I'm kind of disappointed with now what's going on because I keep getting this big fake McAfee thing that takes over the whole window here. I'm not sure what the deal is, but anyway, this is free. hence the ads. And I keep it that way on purpose so that anybody can use it. You can filter it for wherever you are, whatever you want to do, whatever reports you're interested in. And this only reports normal economic stuff. So all of these are normal, understood economic events. Consumer confidence was here at 9 o'clock, you see? And you notice that the event title turns into a URL when you hover over it. That way, if you don't know what consumer confidence is, you can click that and go see the previous releases and who puts it out and all those things. We are in earnings season. Absolutely. And today is Visa coming out after the bell, and Coke, and all these guys were. The way this works, that little quarter moon is after market, and the sunrise is before. Duh, pretty obvious. This is the big one. Tomorrow is going to be big everywhere you go. We've got both Google's, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta all reporting tomorrow after the bell. AstraZeneca and big healthcare also. So earnings is huge tomorrow. Economic calendar for tomorrow also huge. We've got housing starts, building permits, durable goods. We've got the Fed interest rate decision and the statement. So at least with my broker, intraday margins are going to go up to 25% of maintenance until after 1300 tomorrow. Because there's 4 events: CPI, PPI, Fed rates, and consumer confidence. There's 4 of them. Oh, I'm sorry, football, non-farm payroll, where they automatically do that. There has been other instances recently where they've raised those rates based on just suspected volatility. So tomorrow is going to be one mother of a report and geopolitical and headline risk day. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. This is pretty interesting if you haven't seen that. Yeah, that's pretty interesting idea there. Wow. It kind of lets you know where the people are coming from that are making these decisions. The only thing they're concerned about is the potential impact on the midterm elections. You've been bombing a country of 90 million people and killing people, and I would like to think that those kind of decisions weren't typically made on some narcissistic or political basis, but maybe I'm wrong. Over here is a calendar similar to investing.com, but they do one other thing which you can't. Oh yeah, here you go. They will pull these non-economic events into this calendar, which is really good. I really appreciate that, because in today's world and our market environment, risk is king. And if you better manage your risk, or you're not going to be in business for very long. These kinds of events, it's obvious to everybody now. It's Trump greeting King Charles. Great, no problem. But you never know what's going to be said. When there's a microphone and a camera, who knows? And that can present a potential risk to our auction. No political statement, it's just a fact. So there's that. And over here on the right side is more of a squawk box where we will be watching for the market on close imbalance at 1450, which comes out every day. And that's about it on the, that's about it. What's Walter Bloomberg have to say? Anything exciting? Okay, let's check. Nothing. Wow. Trump tweets, Chancellor Merz of Germany thinks it's okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons. Merz doesn't know what he's talking about. Wow. These are from Bloomberg, a Bloomberg terminal. You know, how would you... I don't know for sure, of course, but I don't think that that's a very accurate statement. I would really, really question that the Chancellor of Germany would say that. And that's an unfortunate situation to be in when we have to question the authenticity and the veracity of the tweets from the President of the United States, for Christ's sake. I find that alarming, actually. Well, I wish I could show that thing. I don't know. I might figure out how to be able to bring that into the stream. Anyway, so there we are. Let's wait and see whether we get this market on close imbalance. And again, this is Bookmap. This is where I execute live trades when I put them on. Live amp, live data, real trading. I've got the multi-brackets in place here for the risk neutral 2-lot package. And I set all this stuff up in the pre-market at 8 o'clock, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning ahead of the open. So stop back. That'd be great. Every day at 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500. So, you're welcome. Please, smack a like and a thumbs up. That's only a couple of mouse clicks, and drop something in the chat, participate. This is not a my way or the highway. This is me sharing what I'm doing and thinking as I develop my trading business toward consistent profitability. And any suggestions or thoughts or comments, super welcome. More than super welcome. Anton's been great. Anthony, and any of you lurkers out there, Yeah, I really appreciate it. This is my virtual trading journal. I, go through that in the morning first, but the idea here is that I don't multitask well. So for me to focus on the markets and be able to keep up a journal and things is, doesn't work out very well on either case. So this is the way to go as far as I've been able to determine. Everything that I'm watching on my 2 primary monitors here is captured in the video. And this voiceover or my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So when I put on a trade, it's anticipated. I put on the trade, the entry is clear as a bell and graphed by Bookmap. And all right out there for the world to see. Completely transparent and live, real money trading. So there you go. And we've got 4 minutes till the market on close and balance. How do I get to this? I thought I was subscribed. $6 a month. that noise. I don't know anything about this social media stuff. Jesus Christ. They're indicting Comey again. Unreal. 34% of Americans approve of Trump's job performance, down from 36. 22% approve of Trump's handling the cost of living, down from 25. Approval rating is the lowest of his term. I'm just reading down this Bloomberg posting thing. I was trying to figure out how to be able to open it up on my lower machine so that I could not be reading it and just have it on, like I do Financial Juice or whatever. I guess I can't, so never mind. No problem. Well, we got about 50 seconds left here till the world famous market on closing balance. This is every day at, whoops, where'd I go? Got to get my mouse on the right gizmo here. That mouse with the tail gave up on me. I don't quite understand that one. This market on closing balance numbers. There's one on market on open every morning, obviously, just after the open, and there is market on closing balance every day at 1450. Look at that, right on the open. Exactly no place. That's not funny, but it is kind of. All of this and all the trials and tribulations and crying and you screaming and yelling and cheering and making money and losing money, nothing, baby. Complete speculation, having absolutely no statement about the price of the S&P or the economy in the least. Or that's how I interpret it. And there's 36 seconds. So there we go. Well, look at here. 925 million buy-side S&P, 632 million buy-side NAS, 257 buy-side Dow, and 492 million buy-side Mag 7. Well, there you have it. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Not much of a pop here. These used to be dramatic. It was like a report. It was like a news release or something. But there is so much. I think the market is kind of sensitized to, there's so much drama and headline risk and, it's like, look at this afternoon. They're collapsed. They wanted to do something. No, we're not. We didn't say that. Wow. Maybe we'll just say we won and cancel and quit and withdraw from the war because we think it might affect the elections. Jesus Christ. Maybe going over there and bombing the crap out of everybody and making a mess out of the Straits of Hormuz would have been a better start. I don't know. We wouldn't be on the verge of a complete energy disaster, which is something you might want to look into because it's a real thing. And if they straighten up the Straits of Hormuz tomorrow afternoon, the likelihood of that energy, it's going to take till 2000. Experts are figuring out maybe it would take up to 2030 before it works out, because of the destruction and the depletion of inventories, reserves, and the destruction of facilities. Yeah, it was one bad idea, in my opinion. And what really happened, do you think? They killed the Ayatollah. They injured his son, like blew off a leg or something like that. What else? Because we know that last September, Trump very definitely guaranteed that all of the nuclear capability was obliterated, so that couldn't have been it. What did they achieve this time? Really? Yeah. Take care, Anton. I don't know. I really don't know. Genuinely. Right on the open. That is amazing. Little closing swing trade here, I guess. Four minutes.
Stupid shit.
All right. Well, get away from the screens, go out and do something healthy for yourself. This is a zero-sum world, so, it's really important to realize that you're the most critical tool you've got in your shed, in your office. So, very important to realize that, and it's a zero-sum business. For every, there's no possibility in trading futures of more sellers than buyers or buyers than sellers. It's absolutely 1-to-1, zero sum, meaning there's one winner and one loser at every trade. And there are a lot of very highly paid, well-funded, extremely well-supported people and algorithms that come into work every day, and their only goal in life is to be on the winning side of that trade. So you need to be sure that you're fit as a fiddle and sharp and not on emotional tilt and, well rested, all that stuff, to have a fighting chance, is what I believe. So I'm going to get out and go for a walk and do some pull-ups and whatever else. I suggest you do the same thing. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 0800 Central Standard Time. Do all the pre-market, set up the stuff, pull the statistics together for tomorrow's price levels, and be ready for that market open at 08:30. 1500, yeah. A little ahead of myself there. Tomorrow's going to be a huge numbers and reports day. And earnings. So real good day to only trade your A+ setups and be extremely cautious. A lot of people will blow up tomorrow. Well, have a great one. Risk Neutral Trading, my live virtual trading journal, live funded account.